Honey, if you could count us down. Hello, welcome back to our Ordinary Council meeting. We are going to item 6.2, the Local Government Reform Programme, which is on page 32 of the original agenda. Please. And second. Thank you, Councillor Vakina. We're going to get Roger.
Yeah. Yes. Come on. Or just play.
If I say your name when I'm at home and need someone to wash and dry the dishes, we also appear.
Jeez. So I'll take the paper as read, unless you'd like to give me a little bit of time.
I've got a few questions, and there's no doubt questions from members as well.
So just briefly, so the paper that's in front of you is the Local Government Reform Proposal. So we are the third council bring this paper as part of the same paper to council meetings. So Northern Regional Council, Ngāre District Council have taken this paper up. So in the paper, you'll see there's this background to this paper, which is the councils coming together and really culminating in to really push forward with reforms for local government. It was triggered by the Simplifying Local Government proposal that came out, which we submitted on. But what you're seeing in front of you is a proposal to really move forward at pace with this and be deliberate with it. So the material you see in front of you is the result of council officers coming together from across all the councils and feeding into this proposal and working with the chief executives as well to come forward with a proposal to really move forward on really investigating the possibilities around what we can do with local government, both at a political level, but also so the work you'll see there is outlining a staged approach. So that's deliberate, which allows councils to come and go out of the process if they feel that so, and having those deliberate check-ins on that staged approach. So stage one has been completed with the submission that's put through. Stage two is what we're in right now, which is about actually setting up, getting the project governance structures in place. So you'll see two terms of references in there, one for an elected member advisory group and one for, an external advisory group and elected member steering group. So that is mirroring the local water supply structures as well, including the composition of the elected member steering group and also the external advisory group as well. So today the resolution you see in front of you is approving that in terms of approving the structure, which is a staged approach, which would flip us into stage 3, and then also approving the governance structures that are in place. And lastly, and I guess high topic right now, is approving the budget allocation as well. So the budget allocation is some money for now, for this financial year, and then money proposed to go into the annual plan, split across the councils that contribute. You will see a resolution there around if 3 or 4 councils going forward will proceed. There's a bit of a safeguard that's been put in as a resolution, which has been the same resolution which has been put for Northern Regional Council and District Council. Yep, so
Just point out that it may not be possible to progress too far with 3 councils because of Local Government Act considerations. We're just investigating.
Yes, so at the moment I've got a call out with our advisor from the Department of Internal Affairs about what it would mean right now under the current legislation. So under the Local Government Act, they propose a regional reorganisation, but there needs to be unequivocal, I think that's the right word, agreement across all councils. At the moment where we stand right now is that 2 of the 4 councils have approved it. If it gets through today, it'll be 3 of the 4 but it's whether we can progress with this regional reorganisation plan proposal under the current legislation without having all councils fall into it. So that question is now currently with the IHA.
I think that question is beside the point, because we know that there will be local government reform with either government that will require us all to have to do something.
And to that point, to that point, through the chair, that's the current legislation under the Local Government Act. Obviously, what's been proposed through the simplified government proposal, which is yet to go through and become a bill, and yet to go through to become an act. But it's what's been proposed. That one there, it's obviously going to have an impact on that decision making process.
Thanks, Roger. I've got Whaihilda with a question, but I'll just ask my questions quickly before that. On page 35, you've got, I love me a good diagram. Diagrams are great because it helps me to understand in my brain that's from so much stuff how something's going to work. But what I would like us to have on the other side of each individual council is, and this is how I know it can work because then we're in control of our own council, right, is how it will interface for our council. And I don't know if you were here for the waters conversation, but this is proposing elected member steering group of all 4 councils with certain representation. My expectation is that on the other side of each individual council for the Far North District Council, we are going to have our systems and processes set up so that when the agenda is published, we share that to all 30 EMs. And before we actually go to that meeting, and that meeting for Three Waters, it's always been at Whangarei, because Whangarei's been the host council. At a Mayoral Forum level, we've already had the discussions around some of the weak points around that, and that for this reform program, that the elected member steering group is going to tickle around each of the councils to hold those meetings in different places. But that for us, we're going to have every single person in this room, plus the other 16 community board members, Councillor Cork, who is with the Minister for Energy today. We are all a part of the local government reform program, whether we like it or not. But the way we interface on this side is going to be we all receive the agenda. We are all at the pre-brief before the meeting itself to inform what we're seeing from what's on that agenda and to boost up our own voting reps with feedback they need for this to be a success for us here in the Far North. And then when we debrief post the meeting, everyone is a part of it as well. And I think that will be the wraparound that we need so that no individual elected member is left behind, but under that, no community is left behind at the same time. Councillor Haukiat Harawira.
Kia ora. I know we have elections in November, October, November, and by and you're saying by stage 4 should be achieved by then. And I'm just saying, is it fair to say that if the government changes, that all this could just revert to status quo? That's a possibility.
Yes.
And the other question was, I have to say, is it fair to say, the query that, senior management leadership teams have had a lot of time and energy diverted by these 2 programs that could change in November. I'm talking about Far North Waters and local government reform, which is all about cutting costs, but we haven't received, more resourcing to do extra work.
Yes, so it's a good point.
Would that be fair?
Yeah, it's a fair point, and absolutely, a new government can come in. We've seen it arrive in June, but nothing. Yeah, so.
And then what would we do if the legislation passes and we have to do this work with debt funding?
On how we fund it, I'd look to legislation lands. We've got to do it, and we have to do it. Yeah. So one of the things in here is actually going to the government, and there is a task in here to reach out to the government for funding on this. So
that conversation with DIA. It's a piece of work. I think we're leading the way in terms of timing and initiating this project structure, etc. We're using the local waters done well model. What I said to DIA is, would they consider using us as an exemplar in New Zealand and help us with funding, because we're going to be templating a lot of stuff, so the governance structure, a lot of the discussion papers, the optioning, etc., etc. So that's what we're chasing, but we might get the chance to discuss that with the minister and put a case for some funding.
I just have one more question, thank you. I'm just concerned that are we sort of shifting decisions away from the community and the ratepayer? Like, I know at what point, a timeline, do we start including community voice in this process? Because initially there were really, I mean, apart from the group we've got now, there's not a lot of community voice. I'm just concerned that when we get down the track and we've sort of made our model, then we go to the community and ask what they think. We've already kind of steered it in a direction, and the community, I'm concerned I'd get left behind.
Yeah, so the regional reorganisation plan, the ultimate end balloon that's being set in legislation, has a bunch of things that we must have done.
Yeah.
And they will, the government might approve that regional reorganisation plan if you can't show you've done a bunch of things. And one of them is you engage in your community, take the community feedback on board. And so we can't demonstrate that, then it doesn't get across the line. And one of the places here, one of the stages is explicitly around engagement.
Yeah.
So stage 6 here, engagement with the public. So at least we're taking an option and saying here's possibility.
Yeah, it's just quite a way down the track.
Yeah, I guess, you've got to set the project up and get things going to put together something that you can take to the public.
Yeah.
So the point is you actually have something you can actually go here as opposed to an open issue. I think the process of work here is actually about going through and doing that, but ensuring that we are also
You're confident with the timeline that it will capture that community voice.
as best we can possibly have here. So just this timeline is targeting the next election that people will be running for a governance body to be elected to be the mayor and chair of their governance body. So it's very ambitious.
Percent to that, through you, that what the mayor just indicated in terms of, we've heard from the local waters done well process, I think, and so this idea that we will circulate all the agendas to all elected members and community boards. Yep. The idea there is to just broadly disseminate information and the agendas that have been discussed, which hopefully will encourage people
There's
to spread those
nothing
agendas
for
around.
us to be
Yes, it should.
consultation now. I mean,
Yeah, it should be
my
ongoing
uncle said my ear, they're always telling me bring back our Opaloni or Markete Community Council and all of the money they used to do through that.
John's going to.
I'll go to Councillor Vucic for questions, then Chair McVeigh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Moko. One of the questions has been answered. Guy, my question was going to be local government reform. Has DIA or government body somewhere looked at helping with some funding? Given that it's all driven by them anyway, and just another note is that the government, local government reform has already occurred just by virtue of removing, local waters done well. It's forced a change upon us. So is there DIA funding? So I didn't quite hear whether you asked that question, whether you got an answer. And then I've got another concern after that.
Thanks for that, Councillor Vucic. Now, I never bank money until it's in my bank, and that's the same with this. The meetings that we've had with Minister Watts to date have been informative, and I don't know, that Minister Watts, when the Northern Mayoral Forum met with him and said, okay, we're going to have this local government reform on the table, we want a for Northern, by Northern approach. What would it mean if we didn't fit the box that you guys have kind of put out there? He said that's absolutely fine. we asked the question, do you have any money, honey, to help support us with this? And he said he spoke favourably to coming in to support us going faster and stronger, and 2 other regions, which he didn't name, but I think it's the Wellington cities and Southland region, which have already started a regional reorganisation plan. He said regions that are going faster, we will look to having even potentially bespoke legislation. If we get these over our table, the next step is actually going back to him now, because he said, come back to me with the costs if you guys are all in as well. You know, if it's going to be something that is going to potentially be a template, come back to me with it, and then we'll look favourably on it. But that's still not money in the bank, but that's good to hear from a minister, that's what I'd say.
So thanks, Mark, for that. That's good to hear. And I certainly agree with taking the initiative. It's crucial, and especially if we can be a bit of a pilot in the north, because one is we have, 250 hapu, and we spread out with a lot of small communities. And that problem's been there for some time. And I heard you mention local town councils, and that was what the Hokianga County Council did to address some of these concerns. Now, that speaks to what Councillor Belke was saying, a concern about bringing the community along, because that's where some costs will be. And I really 100% agree with that. We need to involve our local community boards in this too, in this process, and talk to people out there and look at solutions, even look to some external advice as well. I can give you some names who are very good at this. And that they will come with a bit of a fee. It's not huge. But I think we need to do it well. I find it ironic that they use the word local government reform and then look towards a centralised model. So like I said before, company brands are not driven by the company, even though they value them. It's by the customers. And for us, local government is not driven by what government may say. It's actually driven by local communities who want to be able to have say in their local government. So there's a certain size limit that you go past, you don't have local government anymore. So let's get them involved early in the picture. And if we can pilot it, great. I really appreciate that. And yes, even better if they can fund it. And we are the funding that's mentioned here. That's 0.2% of our rates. And we've been arguing about keeping rates down. So, yeah, let's go for it. Let's get some funding and get the local communities involved in helping shape it. Thank you.
Councillor Visich, there were some questions in there. Chair McVeigh.
Through you, Kanka. I hear these words: consultation, engagement, disseminating information, getting community boards on board and involving community boards, and bearing in mind that this reform has been imposed on government. I just wondered how you might see any authentic engagements happening with our people in, Whirinaki and Hawaringa and Waimamaku and so on, and how the feedback that comes from them might be incorporated in a very genuine way.
Through the chair, I envisage that what's going to happen now, stage 3, we'll put together a project management plan and we'll put together an engagement and comms plan. And that engagement and comms plan will outline exactly what we will do in the way of comms and engagement.
Sitting at the table, because this proposal puts, I'm in favour of this proposal because it means it's not just on me and the other 2 mayors, which is what the government initially put out there, was that the mayors would form the combined territory boards, and then we're the ones who have to come up with the regional reorganisation plan by ourselves. But this opens that up and wraps it around with comms and engagement. So that's why I appreciate having friends at the table with me, and I believe in the by Northern, for Northern approach. So for us, that's why that table on page 35, having a very strong understanding in the first instance for us as the Far North District Council, where we're the only council in this region that have community boards, that we've got strong wraparound for all 13 of our community board subdivisions, and how they will all have meaningful engagement and a genuine way of being able to inform the work program, how it looks, how it will work, and what works for each of those communities.
Yeah, sorry, to the chair. Sorry, I'll complete that answer because I just left it hanging in. So with that governance structure, which Moko has just mentioned, ensures that the plan is just not in the hands of the staff. The plan, including the engagement plan, has got to go through that approval process. So look at it right now, it's the Chief Executives Forum as the co-sponsors. So the CEs at the moment are the co-sponsors for this project. But there's a elected member steering group, which this paper is also requesting to vote on who's going to be on the elected member steering group, which is also going to have to receive that comms and engagement plan and approve that project management plan as well. And I will also add to that as well, one of the things that I want to see happen early is that we're having a workshop with elected members that we clarify the outcomes and objectives of this nailed down early, so we don't end up somewhere at the end or somewhere halfway through and people are asking, why are we doing this and what are we expecting to get out of it? So I think we need to get that teased out early. But first step is to actually get approved and move into this next phase so we can actually do that. So that I'm hoping that there's given you some assurance.
Councillor Foy.
On page 45, it talks about the meetings, and this is in terms of reference. So I know that the Mayor of Whangarei is recommended as part of the paper to be the chair. It says on page 45 that the chair has a casting vote and also that the chair sets the agenda. And it's, so I just wanted to hear from, I guess, probably our CEO and our Mayor, what the implications of that will mean, why, and also, like, are we okay with agreeing that it should have a casting vote, and are we okay that one person should set the agenda, or shouldn't that be a collective forum, considering that we've got 3 councils?
So through the chair, this is the external advisory group.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the steering group.
So
They're independent chair.
Yeah.
This is the terms of reference for the external advisory group.
okay, so that's different to the one that'll be the elected one with the mayor. So in terms, I guess that would be my similar question for the mayoral one. Isn't it the same? It's page 43. Yeah. Sorry, page 43.
Yeah.
So
Which is,
The chair doesn't have a casting vote for the elected member steering group.
which is the terms of, sorry, that is the terms of reference for the local government reform elected member steering group, page 43. So yes, you're correct.
yeah, and I guess the other question I had was, why are we predetermining who the chair is? Why doesn't the group decide who the chair is? Or is it like, I found it strange that there was already someone being recommended as part of the paper before we've even formed the group.
We ended the discussion when these terms of reference come to mayoral forum, and we can put a hand up to do that, and we endorse that.
Okay with that? Those are my only questions.
Councillor Smolders.
Thank you for the opportunity for the local government reform question and answer opportunity that the staff put on for elected members to utilise. That was really handy, and I note this morning that it was mentioned that it would be a tool that we could tap into going forward for all things. So I found that really handy. So you've already had my 4,000 questions, Roger, on it. There's just 2, and they actually follow on from Councillor Foy's. So originally we had Mayor Ken Cooper, who was going to be the chair of the steering group, and he was also going to be the lead in the advisory group.
Yep.
And we said, oh no, that's a bit much. And so now I notice on page that he's now an observer. So what does the observer role, and cannot all elected members or other people attend and become an observer? And how did he all of a sudden become an observer? That's on page 45.
Yeah.
There'll be a better link between the elected member steering group and the external advisory group, but took on the fact that it was better to have a fully independent external advisory group. It'll just be to be that better link across the two.
To get speaking rights as an observer?
I'd say so.
Should we put in a clause, or he does get speaking rights as an observer?
I'd imagine he would. Yeah.
No, I'm not. An observer is someone who observes, not participates.
Other councils have requested some changes. I'll put that forward.
We will. Thank you.
Any further questions, or we'll go into debate?
Is that where I put my amendment in?
Yes. Would you like to ensure that he has no speaking rights?
Correct. Thank you.
Is there anyone, rather than it being an amendment, Councillor Stratford and Councillor Rakina, are you happy for that to be incorporated in the original motion?
Or the other alternative, as part of the amendment, could be that each council gets an observer, would be more fair.
Yeah, I'd be happy with
So
that.
either option.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we've got a foreshadowed amendment.
approve the draft terms of reference for the local government reform external advisory group on the provision that each council has an observer.
Do we need the definition of what the observer can and cannot vote? They've not go back to.
That's what observer means. You can't vote. You have to find it. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Belkin.
Is it possible to get a definition of what an observer is? Is it just simply sit there and take it in, don't speak, report back? Okay. You're nodding, I'm showing.
Advice.
What's that one?
Give text advice.
Would you like it to be observation only?
I think it needs to be defined in some way.
I would personally think that it makes sense for them to have speaking but not voting rights. If the EAG have a question based on the EMS elected member steering group meeting, sorry, I cannot respond to that.
Yeah.
You know, like I'd rather them all to have speaking rights at that table so you can sort stuff out right then and there.
That's good.
Or you remove them completely, but then you wait for it. Sorry, we'll just wait for the next time.
So if our terminology is often speaking rights, and now we've got the word observer, maybe we should.
As observers with speaking but not voting. Is that a better
And one
definition?
from each council.
And are we doing one from each council?
Yeah. Can we put with speaking rights at the discretion of the chair?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or you want them to have that speaking rights? No, leave it as it is. No,
yeah,
it wasn't.
at the discretion of the chair, because then we've got another.
Thank you, as the mover.
All right, we're going to debate now. Councillor Stratford.
I was going to populate some names and that last point might change. The mover I'd like to put myself for. And I have a feeling that there are a number of other councillors that want to, but I'll let.
Have you guys managed to have a conversation about that? Those who are keen, because
Yes.
or do you want to have an agreement so we can?
No,
I know Councillor Smulders.
Yep.
I think Councillor Vucic emailed as well.
Councillor Foy.
Those are the names that we're moving and seconding for now.
In lieu of trying to figure this out here and now, one of the options with more than 2 names to populate was to use our voting methodology that we have for the chairs and deputies of committees. That could be an option we could explore.
But speaking to the full motion, I just wanted to tautoko us doing this work. The Buy Northland for Northland is a really good approach. We've got different challenges across the region that are, just we do not mimic any other region across New Zealand. But the focus needs to be on making sure we've got the right people in that group, and then the right connections into community boards, into communities, and back to this table. To staff, you have already said, what you'll be doing possibly around comms, but I feel like we need to ask the communities up front how they want to be engaged in this process right from the outset. We've had Northland Waters done well, we had local waters done well, whatever it was before. Forgotten what it was called before, and we had localism, caught it all happening under the previous government, and through most of those we didn't really get to engage with the communities and ask them what their thinking is about how ultimately we can reduce the amount of spend in local government, but ensure that they don't, they're not impacted by any loss of services. And I feel that I would be one of the best people on this to support the work, joining Pahika there, because I am across a number of river catchment working groups.
I'm going to allow all nominees an ability to speak to their nomination when we find our voting methodology.
Okay. Not just that, other things that I've been involved in. I'll put that then. And leave it at that for now. Tamate's the second one.
Councillor Akina.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe Roger, tēnā tate katoa. Ngā hari koa nau ki te kiti tēnei te mea. Whono mai me te kāwanatanga i ngā whanaketanga maroto i nei hurihanga, i nei panonitanga ngā ture here. And so when I think about that and the report that's come to us and the work that you've done, Roger and Councillor Stratford also touched on this. It was around the early engagement, and I do note as well that some of the key stages had already been pre-set out. But when we talk about meaningful engagement and how we want to engage with our communities and get their kōrero. And so when I see stage 1 here, and I think about early engagement, is that it's early engagement with our internal spaces and our stakeholders within a local government space. Yep. And then what meaningful engagement, we keep on putting that on repeat. How is that meaningful to our communities? Because we look down the page and we've got stage 3, which is now implement and resource programs and structure detailed project managing resourcing. That includes the approaches to iwi hapu and community participation. So that's always, and it always happens to a lot of the kaupapa that we go through when we talk about our policies, is that it's an afterthought rather than having to nail that on the head right at the beginning. And so that's where some of my uncertainty lies. when we talk about lives, in terms of looking at the staging of that. We're talking about, yes, we are at a grassroots level, we are local government, we are on the ground, we do have our community boards, we have all 30 elected members out here representing on the 101, but on paper here that's not happening. So how are we turning this information here into a tangible resource for our community? Think about that, eh? That's just a little hangurunguru within me, a little bit of uncertainty. And then when I look on page 36 as well, this is all beautiful, no doubt. But then I look on page 36 as well, and it's all in the wording and the detail of how we set the path moving forward. And then we also go on to look at iwi hapu and community participation as an important consideration. When I think about the word consideration, I think about the changes in the RMA and these little keywords that are, I might consider going to the gym. But if I go to the gym, if I add that as a critical component of my well-being, of my hauora, if I go, but if I consider it, I'm not going to get fit. So it's in the wording. And so I think about community participation as a critical component for the project and uplifting our communities within our Far North district. In closing, Moko would have already seen this, but there's an M and an E missing in progress. Oh, is it? Thank you, Roger. Oh, sorry, and because I am putting forward Councillor Foy's name as the other rep. I think about people who will support the mayor in this role. I think about the two people where we have made space, and the two people who have intrinsic knowledge of our district, local government, central government, and how they will support Moko in their roles. There's no two other people that I can think of that would be more suitable for these roles in supporting our kahika moving forward. So that is my validation to having Councillor Kilda.
Jordan, thank you. If we could pull up and type up very quickly that there. I'm going to, with the agreement of the mover and the seconder, under D, and get to read it. That D will now read, notes the mayor and two councillors as members of the local government reform steering group to be determined by standing order 5.6 under voting system. Standing order 5.6 sets out that candidates will be elected or appointed if he or she receives more votes than any other candidate. So the candidates with the two highest amounts of votes will be chosen. Standing under the, what act is that? Voting systems for certain appointments. This is the local government.
So this is local government.
The Local Government Act 1, Schedule 25, 1D, we can use this for the election or appointment of a representative of a local authority. And under System B, we do one round of voting. We'll get two voting forms. I just know that we've got 4 members that are really keen. And this is a fair way to determine that. The members that I have had an expressed interest from are Councillor Stratford, Councillor Foy, Councillor Smolders and Councillor Sitch. But if we can just get that typed up and shown, we will, we don't need to have names in for the resolution because it will be determined by the outcome of that. And we can do that later.
Okay, so maybe like straight after.
But I'll just make sure that people are happy with that first. We'll vote on the actual thing because then if we vote it down, we're not going to have an election for our representatives in any case. And then we'll adjourn and do that.
Okay.
And do it as a part of the meeting. So you'll see there that B is going to change.
So Council please online.
While we're doing that, can I ask Roger what were the other changes that other councils made?
It was around Finance Council Mayor and what role he was playing. Both of those governments.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that came out.
Regional Council
Yeah.
they didn't agree to him being the chair on the external advisory group, but we're happy for him to be there in a observer capacity.
And then that's way through into this version of the team.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go into the debate on whether or not we actually sign up to this local government reform program or not. And then we'll put it to the vote. And if the vote is successful, then we will go to the nominations, speaking to your FNDC and the vote itself on those representatives. Would anyone like to speak for or against the motion? All right, then I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried.
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Through the chair, do we have 2 votes?
Everyone gets 2 votes. If you could please write your name on top of the piece of paper as the voter and then who you're voting for across the nominees. Now we have nominations.
We're going to adjourn or just going to?
Done.
Write your name.
Okay, I'm going to come around to at community board level. How long did you all get to speak to your nominations?
Oh,
Using the voting system.
speak.
Very short. That's short.
We're going to go with 5 minutes because standing orders lets you speak for 5 minutes.
We make it 1. 20 seconds.
2 names.
Just 2 names, 1 vote. Because you said 2 votes.
Yeah.
You get 2 names. You get to vote for 2 people. Yes.
1 vote each.
We're going to go to
2 names.
Yeah, 1 vote.
Yeah.
Councillor Vusic. Yeah, 5 minutes to speak to your candidacy as our representative on the local government reform elected member steering group.
Beginning now. All right, can you hear me okay? Because I'm on my phone again. And I might be in a bit of a shadow area. Oh, good. When I first came into council, it was because this factor of local government reform has been hanging over our heads. And my biggest concern was that, as I said before in that little spiel where there were some questions, is that the local communities have been left out. And I don't want to lose local government. I want to make it stronger. And done a lot of work in this area and looked at what would work and what wouldn't. So I'm going to emphasise the need for communicating with our local community. That's absolutely crucial. But what I've also experienced is that the argument that carries weight is around the table when you're talking to central government and DIA, because they generally have got a fixed view. And I heard Councillor Rakana mention a few things there. And they make suggestions if they don't follow up. There needs to be a change to the Act so that the local government section of it and communities have got delegated powers under the Act and also have got a budget committed to it. And it's not just a consideration, if you can still hear me, consideration of the second tier, be it a unitary authority or something equivalent. That is crucial. Otherwise, you don't have local government. I'll go with whatever the vote is. Maybe.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor.
Just your players vote.
No, he's still in
Vote
the race.
online.
I'm going to ask Tamati has to leave and John to email through to Aisha your votes. That'll work, eh?
Well, I was just passing you a note that we're going to collect them by text, but email is fine.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Smulders.
Thank you. I am the only elected member without an assigned role. I don't mind driving all the way to Whangarei. I will make sure that the whānau has a good voice and that he will not be overridden when we play with the big boys in town. I come from a policy background and
Thank you, Councillor Smulders. Councillor Foy.
Kia ora, my pitch is that Moody Whenua is a very long way from Whangarei, we live on Kai. Our community will be many hours drive, and I think that we need to have a strong voice to advocate for our district. Also, in particular, my background knowledge of local government, planning, resource management act, and my experience as both a staff member, a consultant, and now an elected member. You wouldn't believe it, but I don't tend to give up. So I definitely advocate for our district strongly. Ngā mihi.
And Councillor Stratford.
Yeah, just finishing off what I tried to say before, I am across civil defence, climate adaptation, river catchments, and as chair of strategy, policy and regulation, across a lot of the buckets of causes and issues, and I am local, active and involved. So I might live on the east, I do get over to the west as well, and I would make a concerted effort to get out there and hear their voices.
All right, if you could please write your name on the top of your piece of paper and write who you would choose for those two positions out of the nominees, and then pass them over to Tasha or Councillor Research. If you could please send a text or an email through to you, Ash.
Hi.
Yes, and you are allowed to vote for yourself.
Yeah, he's already
And
Natasha, I've got them. I took that half.
Right. So we will find the right.
Observing with sometimes speaking right. Bill said he can be bought with chocolate.
right, I thought it was fresh snapper.
Oh, we've got something.
are you happy for us to continue with our meeting? We'll place it as a note in the resolution when those are finalised.
If we're going to do, we're going to put in there our observer, and we're going to have an observer from nominate that person now as well.
I don't think we need it by resolution. We can do that informally when we know who our representatives are. Is that all right?
Oh, yeah, well, we want to overlap.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
All right, with that, we are going to go to item 6.4 on page 118. Reserves adjoining Simpson Park Domain Reserves Act classification. By Councillor Stratford. And I'll second that. Tammy and Robin, I have down for this one. Yep. Anything to add to the 8. Open for questions. We'll go to debate. Councillor Stratford.
Having just watched I didn't just watch it, it was during the meeting. I got to see the corridor about why, and have been observing the community sentiments on this. It's just fixing something, doing something that should have been done a long time ago. That was my closing.
I just really appreciated that we actually got to visit here as a part of our Bay Islands Whangarua community tour. And really appreciated the youth buy-in that was a part of this process, and their inclusion there in the Mihi to Healthy Families Far North for helping to contribute with that link in there. Councillor Boyd.
Just on the change of use of a road reserve, I wasn't sure how this process, if it always comes to council, because I'm aware of another piece of paper road in Hiku that was leased without coming to council for 30 years. Is that a normal process that it would normally come to council? Is that decision made at an operational level about road reserves and leases, or in this case?
Through Kahika, in this particular case, this is a road reserve created. It's not a road, it is a reserve created under earlier legislation, not something I had come across before, but through the iterations of various legal changes, it's the equivalent of a multi-purpose road reserve, but it is not a road. It's not a road reserve subject to road stopping or other processes, and it's not under the jurisdiction of our roading staff. So it's a weird one.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Write a reply.
I did it.
The vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions. That is carried. I'll come over to. Actually, thank you, Miss Robin. I'll come over to Amy now because she has done the count up and she does have all of the and we add it as a note to our resolution.
So from the voting that we did, I've counted them up. Councillor Hoy received 8 votes. Councillor Stratford received 7 votes. Councillor Smolden has received 2. Councillor Besich received 1. So by your voting system being appointed, Councillors Hoy and Councillor Stratford.
Thank you. We're going now to item 6.5, development contributions on page 123. I will move if I could get a second up.
Okay.
Councillor Stratford. We will pass over to Roger, Brackett, Tammy and Daniel.
So this is a paper that I really didn't wanted to write, bring it to account. However, if you remember that when the development contributions policy was adopted, we did signal in the actual implementation start, and there was a resolution in the council that directed staff to have the implementation up and running for collecting VCs at the end of May this year. And that is by them with the post-district plan, and those are the 2 things that triggered it. The proposal that was put forward was to have that go live at the beginning of the financial year, so in July. So as part of the project planning around this, working with Daniel, who can't be here today, by the way, Daniel's is on leave, he's got family commitments today, so I'm going to my guest starts. You might have. So I'm bringing back a paper to you here with a recommendation to request that the development contributions policy get postponed to go live on the 1st of July, and that is in direct, that's directly against the resolution that was put forward to have it going on in May. I've outlined in the paper the reasons why. Now, I know that's sort of not the normal practice, but I'll lift the lid and show you a little bit about what's going on inside operations. But what the paper attempts to explain to you the rationale, the reason why that extension is asked for. There's been a fair bit of work and a fair bit of conversations internally around what actually where we are with this. So just at a very, very high level, what actually the situation we're in right now is there is some configuration work that needs to be done in the systems. There's some general ledger work that needs to be done as well. And then there's also a fair bit of training and also assignment of responsibilities alongside some changes that need to be made to the policy. However, I just will reiterate that the changes to the policy are not actual showstoppers. We could go live with that. There is a workaround. And there's a chance, the possibility of us going into a reconsideration, which is in there, which would trigger that, is is highly unlikely at this point in time. So this is a very risk-averse approach that I'm putting to you. However, it is taking on board the feedback that we have from staff that by pushing to a May 29 go live for the development contribution pool, it does introduce some risk and risk of us inadvertently making mistakes on charging development contributions from day one. I will say there's projections, and I don't have them in front of you, but all the conversations, we don't expect to be doing a lot of development contribution processing at the moment. It's going to build up over time, but between May and June, we don't expect to see a lot coming in. However, what we are experiencing right now, which is a thing to consider, is there is a bow wave of people making applications at the moment who are putting through consents now because they want to get ahead of the game. So this proposal will have an impact on that, of potentially some more of that coming in as they try and get their applications through to avoid the development issues.
So it's not helpful for your recommendation.
No. And so just reiterate, the reason for the paper is actually to bring to your attention early, to give you an early heads up. So that's where it's arrived on May 29 with what's going on with development contributions. So you're allowed to to have that space to again give some direction back to staff on this.
Questions? I think it was myself and Councillor Foy that pushed to go faster, but it was on the provision that you'd be able to come back to us if you were. Have read through this and had conversations with staff, and I guess it's just one that is a reality of where we're at. How much confidence, though, do you have that I'm not going to have another paper in June meeting that would set us back even further?
It's a very good question, and I'm saying sort of, no project's perfect, and there's always going to be issues with projects that go on and delivery. After discussing with staff involved, I've put in place daily catch-ups with the project manager just to keep tabs on things, which will start next week, so I can keep direct tabs on what's going on to see this because there is still a little bit to uncover, and I'm very, very conscious as well is that because things are moving quite quickly, that some of the staff that have been identified to do work are going to potentially be dragged off on other priorities. So it is a bit of a juggling act, I'm saying, and that is changing. It's a changing and moving thing.
This is a priority, mate. Because guess what? We just signed up for Northland Waters. And we've got financials that have to come through DCs through to that new company.
Yep.
Any questions from members? Councillor Stratford.
So development contributions will only apply to the areas that we identified in the policy as growth areas or growth projects. Why can't we just grab that area that is getting that bow wave of applications, and surely properties in the area of benefit for that particular growth project can't be that many. To manage that in a system, even manually with my bookkeeping skills, I could do that.
Sorry, I'm unclear what you're actually asking.
I'm asking from a practical point of view, why can't we, instead of just going, it's all the whole policy, development contributions aren't going to come into effect until 1st of July, why can't we just signal that big growth project? I don't want to say it out loud because I can't remember the name of it. No, it's the Kitty
Tupuria.
Road.
Oh,
It's the road. That's the only growth project we've got in that policy that actually can grab about a DC. So why can't we just say, hang on, all those other ones can wait till the 1st of July.
Yep.
Why can't we just bring in the DC for the May date, apply it to the applications that...
So a DC is triggered by application, by building consent, resource consent and a connection. And that's what triggers a DC. And the actual invoicing of it only happens at the building consent and people,
can
it's pretty,
happen
the building consent issuing of the 224 certificate, which could be years away. So, and then on a connection as well. So we don't anticipate much of any activity in that space. So to do that would add a whole lot of extra administration overhead that would have to figure out some sort of workaround behind the scenes to try and make that work. So I would strongly advise against.
So we're seeing an increase in resource consent applications, but not an increase in building consent applications?
Well,
That's correct. So
Okay,
it's
cool.
gone through yet.
Thank you. Carry on.
Councillor Foy.
1 July, what I'm concerned about is that we're being asked to approve, well, we haven't actually had the workshops yet, but the unelected members who aren't commissioners will soon see the upzoning proposals, which are all mainly in the Kiri area, and there's also a big one in Kawakawa. So my concern, and I raised this at the development contributions debate, the timing of both documents. Now what we're being asked today is the opposite of exactly that same debate that we had, was it 6 months ago, about that timing. And we're being asked to, again, go off the timing. So either we do the district plan at the same time as the development contributions, or before, or the development contributions before, we don't upzone and then do development contributions. Because what will happen is that, again, we will miss the boat. And this has been ongoing. I mean, Tanya Proctor knows a lot about development contributions, and Councillor Smith was a councillor at the time. It's been ongoing for so many years, and I'm not sure what the delay is, because we all knew this was coming. It's not a surprise. Like, I was wanting to stick with option A, proceed with the 29th of May, solely because we're being asked to do the district plan. I didn't see any mention of changing the timing for the district plan to coincide with this. Or is that what you're proposing? You just haven't written it?
no, the proposal is for 1st of July, and it was deliberately put on the intertwine of the stuff. So, yeah.
So the financial year, what I'm saying is the financial year is one thing, the upzoning, which is the part that enables all the development, you haven't talked about a date for that, or are you going to?
So the district plan, will upzone, but things that can be charged DCs to is only growth projects. So you're going to have growth projects immediately slotted in where that upzoning is going to happen. And so what we put in there is what we know is our growth-related projects that are currently sitting in our long-term plan, and also in our asset management plan. So those are the only things we can actually put DCs into. So through the next long-term planning process, because DCs are tied in with identifying growth, which comes in through what again is projects that are approved by council. So sitting in the infrastructure strategy. So those are the only things we can charge. So it's not actually, it's indirectly related to zoning. But when we rezone, obviously it's somewhere upzoning, then that's a clear signal to council that needs to start putting together the growth projects that go into that upzoned areas. So because once we upzone, we've made a commitment to resources. So I mean, it's the connection with the district plans is not as tight as item of the financial years and LTP process. That makes sense.
I know that I have a different view as a planner, so my view as a planner is that the financial years are not as important. It's the upzoning and infrastructure requirements. And as a commissioner, what I've seen is with all of the information coming with upzoning is within that area of growth. And I have serious concerns that if we're going to change that date, we need to look at when the date of our district plan decisions are going to be, because I see it as a risk. So currently I can't support the current motion based on the absence of dates for the district plan. And
So the date for the district plan is understood as 13th of June, but also add to that we don't know what's going to get appealed. So there's no guarantee of the upzone that's going to be coming through, even the recommendation from the panel, that someone's going to appeal it and it's stuck in limbo because of waiting for that appeal process to go through. So even though it might be coming to council, it's not to say it's going to end up being upzoned. So we're going to work that, and we don't know exactly what it's going to look like. I think we've got 20 days for appeals. 20 days.
It's 30 working days.
30 working days.
Just sorry, the date has been slightly shifted. It will be the 11th of June.
11th of June. So 30 working days takes us over the end of the financial year anyway, to know how many appeals are in place. So we won't have any certainty around those zoned areas until post 1st July.
but what any planner will say is that any zones that aren't appealed have automatically go effect.
So just to reiterate what I said before, as only projects identified in our long-term plan and infrastructure strategy can be subject to development contributions. It's not zoning can't drive development contributions. Projects, new projects for new works for growth can drive development contributions, and at the moment, until zoning catches up with the infrastructure planning and strategies inside this organisation, and you can see those growth projects, there's nothing in there outside of what's already been put inside the DC policy. So DC policy as it is has been derived from whatever we could figure out as growth projects that we could determine with surety, because we have to be sure that they are actually growth-related projects, they can be charged a development contribution, because if they aren't, then you can guarantee that we will be open to people challenging the task and taking us to task.
On that basis, I'm happy to move an amendment to reflect the date of the district plan decision that Roger just entailed verbally, because it wasn't in the paper.
It's
What date did you say?
It's the 11th, and we have a paper coming up that is going to give an update on the district plan and that date.
Still any questions?
Yes.
I have another one. Yes, so Councillor Boy wanted to ensure that the DCs were implemented before the district plan is adopted. But what you have indicated is that if the DC's policy is implemented after the district plan is adopted, we aren't going to get a significant bow wave of missed DC opportunities, because only growth projects that are in the current LTP are able to have DCs against them. I'm sorry, it's a similar question, but I'm trying to use my question.
So through the chair, correct, absolutely correct. It's like it's only growth projects that we've identified that we can charge DCs against.
Yeah. And with the possibility of discussions, at Te Kukapa pushing out the adoption of the district plan, we don't need to have that discussion today. We could have it at a later date. There might be a demand for more workshops to help elected members.
Through the chair, that is correct. We'll be workshopping with elected members in May. That may result in requests to change the date on which the decisions are made. And obviously we also have no certainty of what outcomes will be.
Okay. Thanks.
I'm going to go to the debate now.
Is the
You were the seconder. Thank you. I reserve my right to speak.
Oh, cool. Well, I was of the same thinking as Councillor Foy when I first read this. I was like, this is terrible. But it's actually a really well written report, and given the information that we've had today, I can't see a strong case for rushing ahead and increasing our risk. We need to ensure smooth implementation, and we don't want to cause any undue pain to staff in the organisation, but also the people that are going to be getting charged these DCs. So we do need to make sure that it's done properly. So because of that, I support the staff recommendation today.
Any other members? Councillor Smulders, then Chair Ward, then Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Your Mayor. I support this because I've spoken with developers and they are building now and they're wanting to get their developments through. And they've made it very clear that once they bring these charges in, they will be investing in other districts. And if our economy and we're stopping growth by bringing this in, then it's going to have a social impact on our community. So to delay it, further it out to the 1st of July is probably the best I can do than to bring it in on the 20th.
Chair Ward.
Thank you, Member Coe. Just press the go button. You can debate the date. 1st of July, we're given an opportunity. I'm on the staff assessment box on page 128, and there is the community boards. Community boards members generally don't have an understanding of what development contributions are and what they can charge for, and the fact that we have to prove the areas of growth. And I think from that, in relation to sort of our local aspects, our levels of service and the place-based impacts that it will have, it just gives a little bit of time for a presentation, a brief presentation to each community board to understand when you go live with this and we start getting the complaints that we can explain what the development contributions are about. It's not about, putting a footpath in Timbuktu when the development's actually, in bluff. So it would be really helpful to have a little bit of education around development contributions. I sit at the table and obviously had the benefit of a bit of insight into the years, but please can we get it down to community groups? Thank you.
Councillor Foy.
I'm happy to vote on this today, but I just wanted to signal that if we're delaying this, then I'm sure we might need some more workshops to discuss district plan things so that maybe the timeframes coincide. And that might address my issues.
Yeah.
And so that's probably a way forward. I don't see any way in my logic to address it other than doing that.
Right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions?
I'll be an abstention. I'm confused. Let's leave it at that.
And that is carried. Now going to go to item 6.6, which is on page 130. Review of appointment of one committees appointed member to the council. I will move by Councillor. Maybe Councillor Allen. I'm noting that we have got only 16 reports left for our meeting. We're doing pretty good for time, but I feel like we're coming through to the home stretch. I'm going to ask if there's anything I'd like to add to the written report.
I think it's quite straightforward. It's just one amendment.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll go to debate. Any commentary? Any councillors and others? Oh, sorry, I'll go to Councillor Allen first. Councillor Allen.
Happy to step in and support this, and it is a well-written report, and agree that the inclusion of Te Kuaka doesn't stray away from the intent of the policy. But yeah, aye. Thank you.
Councillor Smulders.
Thank you, Your Mayor. This is a race-based policy. This is about giving somebody with a race a different pathway into council. If we were to have unelected members, say for example from the Bowling Club or the Garden Club or the Chartered Accountants Club or the law firm, when we get unelected members into our committees, they've already gone through a chartered accountant or gone through some professional board. Yet we still put them through a criminal police check, we still put them through a CV, and we still ask for their references. And so whilst I appreciate that we've got some awesome iwi representatives and they have been mandated by their hapu or their iwi, they too have already gone through their selective processes. And I think we should treat everybody the same. And I think that by giving a different process, it's completely race-based and it's not required by our council. We already have a very strong voice here. And we don't need to have another layer that gives less scrutiny over one group of people than another. Thank you.
Any other members? I've put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
Or abstentions? That's carried. We're now going to go to
Tough one.
notice of motion on transparency, which can be found on page 6 of your supplementary agenda. It's also called item 6.8. Sorry.
Just a point of party order. Sorry. I just want to tell our council that as a Kaikoniera Māori, I have just said to a whānau in Kaitaia that yes, they can build a fence around their property because the river backs onto their property and they have 53 houses and a number of mokopuna, and I don't think that they can wait for a week or two to make that call if the river rises again. So that's in your emails. That's for Korowai Trust. Just saying.
There's a bylaw for land drainages also.
I know that. Who's going to put their hand up for the funerals? Because the kids have access to go to the edge of the property where the river rises. So it's all about, just saying.
Right, we'll follow up on that after the notice of motion 6.8 is on page 6 of the supplementary. It's been moved by Councillor Smulders. If I could ask for a seconder.
Transparency, accountability and financial oversight.
Sorry.
You renamed some of them, Mayor.
Sorry?
You renamed some of them, so you've got us on the go.
Notice of motion, the first word in it is transparency. It's item 6.8 on page 6 of the supplementary agenda.
Right, supplementary.
Item 6.8 on page 6 of the supplementary. Transparency, accountability and governance oversight of council funding and financial governance. That's been moved by Councillor Smulders. Would like to get a seconder.
I'll second it for the interest of debate.
Are there any questions of staff before we get into debate?
Can we ask questions of staff when they have it written in the paper? I had a conversation to say about this. We can ask questions from staff, but we can't read through the elected member has opportunity to question.
Can you just speak just a little bit louder? Sorry, I missed that last
It
bit.
was just a question of clarification if we can ask questions of staff for a notice of motion. We can, but it also questions allow a member to respond to those for their notice of motion as well. So any questions?
Sorry, I don't even know if this is the correct notice of motion, but through the chair, can the mover clarify what specific issue this motion is seeking to address beyond the example referenced?
I can answer that.
Thank you.
It's for you. Yeah.
So I asked a question on what that budget line was when I was going through the budget line to try and find some opportunities for the council to make some savings, and I was not answered. So I did a linguema and I didn't get it. So then I'm forced to do a notice of motion. And so when I have to go through all these steps just to find out about a budget line, that should not be, this should be something that is visible, and I should have full line of sight on it being an elected member. And it is unacceptable that I have to do a notice of motion just to get a simple piece of information from the council that probably could take somebody 5 minutes to give to me. But I will not be silenced on this. If I ask a question as an elected member, so I can have full oversight and do proper good governance, then I expect an answer. And if I don't, I will do a lagoima, which is why I've done so many. And then if the ombudsman's going to take 500 days, I will go straight to notice of motion. Now, I'm aware I've done a lot of notice of motions and I'm also over them myself, but I will continue to do so as I represent the ratepayers, and the ratepayers want to know where the money's going. So that's why we're at this point of notice of motion, because a simple email was not answered.
Statement.
All right, we'll go into debate now, and I'll pass over to Councillor Smulders as mover to speak to a notice of motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. This notice of motion is about strengthening transparency, and it's about ensuring that elected members have full line of sight. And there's a gap between what we're asking for and what we're receiving, or what I'm asking for and what I'm receiving. And so because transparency is not optional and that we do need to have our eyes across all of it, I am asking, where did we spend this money? What did we spend this money on? And that's not happening at the moment. This information should be provided openly, consistently, and without obstruction. Otherwise, there'd be no need for these motions. The only reason I'm asking them is because the information is not flowing. So therefore, I now do a formal request, as I have a duty to the ratepayers. Because at the end of the day, this is not our money. This is the ratepayers' money, and it belongs to the ratepayers. Thank you.
Councillor Balke.
Thank you. I agree with Davina in the fact that we're all sick of notice of motions because there are been a lot. However, they do have a place within council, and it's unfortunate we have to use them to get simple information, like I did when we were talking our debate around the staff, liaison officer. I would have been answered with an email back when I first sent the email in, but it didn't, and follow-up emails, etc., etc. And then we ended up in council to address it, which I think is a bit of a waste of all our time. So hence why I'm seconding it, just so that maybe we could make this process a whole lot easier and quicker, and not clog the pipes. Thank you.
I'm going to speak against the notice of motion, only because I think that everyone should have full eyesight over everything. And through long-term planning, my expectation is that, just like we did through our last long-term plan, which was the first time ever, we as elected members, and I swear I was the only one who went line by line, and I read every single bloody line in this, but it was about this big, and it was every single budget line. And so we were trying to find all these savings, and I went piece by piece and went, I don't actually know what you could cut. But we as a council approved operational budgets, and then those operational budgets are used accordingly in how they look. But this one here, someone should have just asked me. That 50,000 from memory was following the cut to funding for Waitangi commemorations, and then we had a deputation, and then operationally the chief executive and his staff agreed that they had budget available to help host 70,000 people at last year's Waitangi, and then they made that commitment and obviously followed it up late. So that's what I see that money, and I don't feel scared about what it was, because I cast my brain back. We as a council approved the budget, and then operationally they have used it in a way that was fulfilling their work streams. So I just think it's going to move staff mahi away from the long-term plan, maybe. And that throughout long-term plan, just like I did last time, where I said I want to have every single budget line, we're going to have every single budget line. And that's the expectation going through there. So we can go line by line and scrutinise. It's unfortunate that emails haven't been answered, and it's come to a notice of motion to try and get understanding for this one specifically. But I'm not going to vote in favour of it, because I know that we can capture that moving forward in any case. Councillor Hauke.
Thank you for that explanation. Was that a race-based question? You put the words up. Is that a race-based question, your nomination of motion? So look at yourself.
No.
I'm going to go to Councillor Stretford.
I'm speaking against the motion. In Total Core, we set the budget through the long-term plan and the annual plan for these priorities, and we also set the delegations at this table of what staff can spend, and we're not here to tell them how every cent of operational funding can be used, but we do set parameters. I haven't seen any evidence of a systemic issue here that would justify the work required for this motion to be carried out. And I do support transparency where there is a transparency issue. There is not a transparency issue here. I always say that you can track more bees with honey. And I think if you're not getting, if there is an issue with somebody perhaps not getting the information that they're requiring, maybe it's in the manner that you're doing so. And all the information that I need, I have at my fingertips in Te Huinga, long-term plan, annual plan. If I need a bit more detail, I just ask through EM support or the senior leadership manager, and it's generally provided unless it's a PX, something that hasn't been released to us yet. Kia ora.
Councillor Foy.
I agree with the sentiment of having the granular information, but I think that this is down at such low levels that it's going to spend a lot of resource when at a governance level, for example, we don't know actually how much our assets are costing us, which are millions and millions of dollars, and our staff are working towards giving us that information that because of the groupings of the asset we haven't had for many decades, and we've been asking for that information. And I know it's a big workload, it's how we've done asset management, but I would rather staff focus on that so we can actually understand the true cost of our operations. And then also the other area of granularity that I think that the governance we need is the professional fees and services. It's a giant bucket of money that in my view, we should have more granularity around instead of just a giant number. And we've focused on that on roading as well. Actually getting more information about the finances from roading that we haven't traditionally had. So, I understand why you're asking this, but I also support that our staff should be working on the bigger picture stuff that is really long term that we've been trying to sort. So I don't support this today, but I support the sentiment.
Councillor Small is right to reply.
To your point, Mayor Moko, the Lagoima I'm talking about is not the one that you're referring to. It is for wānanga that occurred for a hapu up in Te Huku, 18 to 30-year-olds to have a wānanga. And that was an example of what was found. And under the Local Government Act sections 10 and 14, it is my role to be prudent and open and transparent and democratically accountable to the money that's being used. I note that with Councillor Stratford, she said there's no evidence of systematic issue. Well, I've got no evidence at all because I haven't got any information, so I wouldn't know whether there was any evidence of systematic issues or not. To your point about bees with honey, I'm not here to be a honey. I'm here to get ratepayers, low rates, private property rights, no race-based co-governance, and to ensure that the council operates in an efficient and effective manner. And I will not make excuses for that. And so on that point, I still support this motion that the ratepayers want transparency around this $1.3 million on donations and funds. That is a significant amount of money. That is something that the ratepayers are interested in. And while I haven't got Lagoimas from other councils on what they spend on their strategic relationships, this is only out of our strategic relationships budget, for donations and funds is huge. So on that note, I support this motion. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion has failed.
Did you fix that, Aisha?
Now go to the second notice of motion, failure to accurately present committee resolution, which was given under separate cover, and I believe you should have that one on your table.
Yeah.
It's titled Notice of Motion Failure to Accurately Present Committee Resolutions, Featuring of Decision Making and Compliance with the Local Government Act 2002. It's been moved by Councillor Smulders. I'll ask for a second.
Yeah, that was seconded by name.
I'll open for questions.
I think we're just waiting for the.
Okay, any papers on the table today?
Yeah.
I'll pass to Councillor Smulders to speak to your motion.
Thank you, your mayor. So we had a committee meeting, and at the committee meeting, we decided option 3 was the winner, and that was passed at the committee level. And then when the paper arrived at council, it said option 1. Completely changed. And we can't be having that. So when a committee considers options, debates them, formally resolves a preferred option, that decision must be carried through clearly and accurately to the council agenda. That is how governance works. And this did not happen in this case. This motion is not about relitigating the decision that occurred. It is about how can that possibly happen? How can a committee, where we do a resolution, is then changed by the time the paper comes to us? So what I'm asking for is, how did that happen? Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Belkey.
Thank you. Yeah, I was at that meeting and voted. It was there when we voted option 3, and then staff recommendation. Councillor Foy was also there. Came back option 1. I was just a little confused in the process and how does it change? And I know you were too because you'd mentioned it in the meeting. So hence why I'm seconding, so we can just work out that process so we can have how that works.
I've got myself then, Councillor Stratford. Completely appreciate again the sentiment that's been brought forward in this notice of motion. All committee resolutions will come through to council as they passed at a committee level. That's why we have committees. Now, this didn't come through to my agenda preview for council. It was a significant shift across multiple council policy lines, which is why staff needed to bring it as a different. Staff had to highlight that would impact all those other things. The way the report wasn't presented to us is where it fell over, and because of that significant change, it didn't make it to the agenda preview where I would have called it, and we wouldn't even be having this discussion from the beginning. I do note, though, that the report itself noted the committee resolution in it, but that should have been what council voted on first. I called it in the meeting itself, and we voted accordingly on what the committee had voted for. I don't want to waste staff time by going back through all of that. It was a learning that was taken on, and it won't happen again, but we don't need a resolution to ensure it happens again. Councillor Stratford, sorry.
I am going to push back on this because we've often had community board resolutions come with a recommendation from staff which is contrary to what is passed at community board. So I don't know if we need to have some staff advice around this to clear it up. But if a staff report, in my experience, when a staff report writer has to put their name on something, it usually has their recommendation, not one that has been litigated by boards or committees. So that's my experience, and that is contrary to your statement. Perhaps we do need to ensure, you're the chair though, but I think that staff management might need to clarify that, because a staff member shouldn't have to have their name signed to a report that they aren't recommending based on all their expertise. That's, yeah.
Okay. My understanding is consistent with that if a staff member is writing a report for consideration, they should acknowledge any feedback that comes through, but I'll defer to Rebecca just to speak specifically to that matter.
The observation I would make is that it's a general expectation that when staff are giving advice, including through a paper, that they're authoring that they're doing so under the broadly recognised convention of providing free and frank and impartial advice. In addition, if you look at section 77 of the Local Government Act under Part 6 decision making, you do need to have all of the options on the table. So it's difficult for staff to find themselves in a position where they're not following the law and bringing those options out. There's a question around how that is reflected in the papers, but maybe it's a different way of reflecting what's come through from the committee rather than asking staff to change their actual advice, because their advice still needs to be made on that impartial basis. So I'm not supporting the notice of motion, but I think that we need assurance, Charlie, that it's clear.
Councillor Small's right of replies.
The reason for a committee is for us to do due diligence, do the research, understand all the options, take on board all the information and come up with consensus. The reason for staff to give us advice, and it may be different, you still present both of them, you still be transparent, you still be fair. I appreciate that we all acknowledge that perhaps in this one instance that things went askew or were not presented as well as they should have been, and that I trust that moving forward that either that differentiation between what the council committee resolution is and what the staff advice may be can be clearly set out. So I appreciate that we acknowledge that, and I trust that it won't happen again.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion has failed. I'm now going to move that council resolves understanding order 4.2 to continue its meeting. We're about to reach our time duration, seconded by Councillor Foy. Any commentary there? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We're now going to go to item 5.1, proclamation of previous minutes. On page 8 of your agenda, I will move. I'm going to get a second. Seconded by Paul. Any commentary, Paul? Anybody else for the minutes? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We're now going to go to item 7.1, which is the response to council roaming and aggressive dogs in Ahipara. That can be found on page 157 of your agenda. I will move and like to put a second one. Councillor Haukia Karuida. I'll open for questions. Open for staff to comment, or if you want to add anything to the report.
Okay, good. Don't want to take up much time, but just to say that this report is not asking for anything. There are dollar figures attached, but these are information only. Should the opportunity for other funding agencies, that's central government, to follow. Also, just like that, Mike and I have been up and met with the petitioner, and it was really successful. The petitioner has also recently commented that the community response to the problem of dogs has improved considerably, and that people are taking care of each other and taking care of their animals much more. So, and big ups to Mike and the AMO team. They're working really hard and understanding that we're not, if they're focusing on one area like Ahipara, someone else is out, so we have to keep moving around. But anyway, it's been great work done by the team, and nothing is more rewarding than the community coming to work with us. And I will hand over to Mike, the manager of monitoring.
Thank you through the chair. So we've been up in Ahipara, had a really good, robust conversation about some of the issues up there. We all know that these problems aren't isolated to Ahipara. It's just a problem. All the focus is up there at the moment, and we're smouldering the fire up there. It still continues to burn in other parts of the district. So what we have seen as feedback is that a significant improvement in more people keeping property contained and their dogs controlled. So that's really cool to see. Just some interesting figures for you all. We currently have 7,912 dogs registered. That's the most dogs registered we've had in FNDC for the last few years. So it's been a big push by the team. Ahipara, 200 dogs, 157 registered, 78.5%, and 120 of those are neutered. So there's some really big push going on. Some really good figures for 3.5% down in impoundments, 38% down on impoundments in Ahipara, which means that dogs are no longer running often frequently. We're having a 15.8% increase in claim dogs, which is a 4.5% euthanasia reduction year to date. So there's some really cool numbers coming out of that. And obviously, as the next couple of months go forward, the reports that we provide to you here and monthly briefings will start to reflect that. Hopefully, we'll start to see a shift in mentality as we go forward. Like Hilary said, we're not asking for anything today. The report semi-speaks for itself as what options are on the table. At the moment, status quo, we are continuing what we're doing. We're making small increments, smaller wins. We'll keep doing so. We have a new Facebook page starting soon as the persona of an animal management officer, which is going to link into the idea of the "is this your dog" scenario that we used to have, as well as messaging, community messaging, all those, trying to bring it all together. This week we'll be announcing, in the coming weeks, I'll internally brief it, Dog Gone, this week, one more day. Dog Gone is a new initiative we've signed on for registration, which is the tags where you can text the number to help dogs reunite. So all of these things are coming together. And I think the next 2 months is going to be a big change in how things operate. So, questions, by the way.
Thank you. Do I have a question or is it a statement? I'll say that as a statement. Councillor Foy.
My question isn't directly to the animal control, but on page 164, we all want to save money, and we've got a great comms team. And so what is internally is the comms team doing to help the animal control officers in this role? Because we've got quite a large team there, and how we're using like social media, which is free. And should we be programming a comms plan for your department internally with service level agreements with the comms team in your department to help with that issue?
You're right, Councillor Foy. We don't have a service level agreement just to work with our comms team who are working closely with us. And we're working on a positive news stories as opposed to a feeding into other people's stories. So they're working really well together and getting that stood up.
So just through the chair, just to build on that. So last week I met with the comms representatives, talking about the Facebook page as an example and what we can utilise that for in terms of building what I call the persona, linking into the Doubtless Bay notice board, for example, a Hipata notice board, so we can interact directly with the community on that. It takes some of the pressure off the comms team because obviously they're looking after the whole stuff, and it gives a bit of
insight into the, I guess, the life of an AMO, so to speak. And it can come from the ground and not have to rely on going through the channels, being fed into the program once a week. There might be, so we can get more constant messaging out. So while the comms being really good at everything that's going on across the organisation, we can have a more focused effort from our own perspective as well as getting that big messaging out. And we will obviously follow FNDC Facebook page from that too, so we share each other's stuff.
And will that be reported to the committee, so that we know the work program going forward with what the levels of service we can expect in terms of comms about your area?
Okay, that will also be coming through the monthly briefings.
Oh, monthly briefings, yeah. Correct. Thank you.
I remembered my question. I did have a question. Have we seen an increase in desexing with the extra funding from Minister Van Velden, Te Taitokerau and Tāmaki Makaurau?
That's probably
SPCA.
Probably a better question for SPCA, if I'm honest, because they'll have the figures, because the funding.
Something good for our comms plan. Any other questions? Kohepu and then Councillor Smotters. Oh, you go first, Councillor Smotters and Kohepu.
A lot of data, a lot of description. It's great. You've got a lot of initiatives going on, and I could see that clearly changes are happening and will happen. There's one thing I would like to see in the monthly reports, though, or moving forward to Te Kukapa, is around the repeat offenders, because often it's the same dog in the same household and the same. And so if we can target those small number of homeowners or animal owners that are disproportionately putting our numbers out, it would be great in your reports moving forward. Thanks, Mike.
Kohepu.
Mike. How many school programs have been initiated to date, and how are you prioritising those schools and areas?
Through the chair. So to date, none have been delivered, and the reason for that is because we have to work with the curriculum of the school, and most of the schools we contacted preferred Term 2. So at the moment we have Karuati, Manganui, Ahipara, Kaurua, and Kalia on the schedule for Term 2, which obviously, as we pointed out, just going to be tomorrow, so we'll be into next week. How they're prioritised comes down to the principles that we've met so far. Orawati was supposed to be this week, in fact it was supposed to be today, but their principal's off on sabbatical and the deputy principal wasn't comfortable having the it without just a bit of logistics stuff.
Just a subsequent idea is around comms and using a video type approach and firing it out to schools rather than, because that seems like a very long time to get to a lot of schools. So using comms type approach will get you further, and even if it's just a little snippet for 5 minutes, I think that's better than schools waiting for the principal to say, yes, come on. And
They show the school assembly.
Yeah, well, you could use it at any point. Parents could use it at home, couldn't they? Just
for the chair, just on that, the DIA did come up. Auckland Council did come up and talk to us because there are DIA requirements that need to be covered off for certain things to make sure certain aspects are covered off in the training. We can't just give anything out. So we did that earlier this year. We had one of the members from Auckland Council come up and give some training to the team. So we'll take that on board.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go into the debate now. We're just receiving the report. So, what are we debating? Thank you for getting this back to us. Thank you to Councillor Balke for pushing for others to come back to us to highlight these things. It's been really helpful having this information on hand for the national conversation on this. Minister Watts in particular appreciated, well, not enough to give me any money, but appreciated that it cost us $176,000 per year to fit out an AMO to do the job across our district. So people can say, put more AMOs there, that's going to cost money, isn't it? So I really appreciated that. Appreciated the engagement that your team had with the Minister and with his office around highlighting changes to the Dog Control Act. They have been received very warmly. Warm enough that he messaged to thank our council. He texted me to say thank you to us for the work that we've been putting into this, and that they, the central government level, want to continue to work closely with us on the ground around Dog Control Act changes and what will work, what won't work, what will be more helpful for us on the ground. So some really good momentum here. We are going to be bringing a paper back to council around a federal task force for dog control, so that we can, keep the finger on the pulse rather than, everyone starts to behave until they don't, so that we can continue to work with communities and community board meetings to talk first and all that, and our community boards have given suggestions for pilot communities. So thank you for this report. Looking forward to seeing live updates through our operational briefings monthly, and also getting our task force up and running so that we're on the ground with our communities and staying on top of it, and then eventually also seeing changes to the dog. Councillor Hauke, how do we do? Any other member? Councillor Strickland.
In here it said something about patrols twice a day and seeing nothing. What I've noticed in the last 8 years is word spreads, like community members see an AMO vehicle and then it goes through chat groups. So be mindful of that, try time going out, different days. And also the issue we have of people reporting not just dogs, everything on Facebook. I hope for some other form of people being able to report things, because but even with civil defence, I'm noticing people don't like ringing the 0800 number. But people don't like talking on the phone. We need to get more app savvy in this organisation, and for the dogs, which is a crisis. I've called it a crisis. I sent stuff to the Minister and our local MP on us. We should manage our issue of uncontrolled dogs or unmanaged dogs in our district as a crisis. And I urge you to up your comms in the vein of what we have done in the last week, the comms around the civil defence emergency. But yeah, proactive comms and telling them the numbers. Like, we're still sitting in the 80s for dog attack person. That's terrible. We shouldn't have that number of dogs attacking humans. And we need to be communicating those numbers frequently so people are aware that if this hasn't gone away, whilst things are improving up there, like you said, there are other communities that are probably dealing with attacks on sheep, for example. It's happening regularly.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We're going to go to our community board minutes now on page 165. We'll move. Seconded by Councillor Allen. We'll pass over to our Tuku Community Board Chair to speak to their minutes in the first instance.
I think the report is read. Thank you for the meeting with the Civil Defence this morning, afternoon, whatever it was. It just reinforced some of the numbers that were happening. Everyone's still hurting, everyone's still recovering. The other point there was that there's a lot more work to be done in terms of organisation and coherence with all the other stakeholders that are involved in that. But a really good effort by the community in general. So that was really good. I've got a big problem, and I'm working with one of the local representatives of the local marae on the Wharapipi board, and it's in reference to speed and damage on our beaches, especially now Toprail Beach. I was going to move a resolution, but I forgot our meeting's next week, so I had to postpone that. Luckily, But I really need to be I would like to be put in contact with someone or staff that have been through this process about isolating beaches, looking after sand dunes, etc., because it's becoming a real problem out that beach. We've had 2 fatalities in the last 2 trienniums. We've had physical abuse, assault, and now it's just it's a general free fall with abuse thrown everywhere, and it's usually at the locals. It's usually at the local residents. Don't get me wrong, it's not just visitors to the area, it's also locals. But again, similar-minded, speed, fast, go anywhere. They're a danger to people, obviously. They're a danger to the ecosystem, but they're also a danger to what's the word for sea? They're looking after the sea and the foreshore. Yeah, so it's becoming a real problem. Please, we need some help there. I'll keep it real short. On a lighter note, yesterday I went to the opening of the Broadwood opening of their park, their small park where they repurposed our tiles, our mosaics. It was a brilliant day, excellent day with the community. And irrespective of all the rain, etc., they had a good day, and it was good to see smiles. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. We'll go in lieu of Chair McVeigh. We'll see if Councillor Vucic has anything to add for Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board's meeting. Go to Bay of Islands Vulnerable Community Board Chair Board.
I will take our minutes as read. As a board, we're currently dealing with 4 quite hot issues, and I just want to acknowledge staff for meeting with us and working through with us. And I have another meeting tomorrow. Ironically, they all relate to basically road user bylaws and the renewal and issues relating to our policies and bylaws that fall under our delegation, and it's spread across the board. Comms are an issue for us. We have our own Facebook page, which we manage very, very well, and we all share in dispersing information in a more people-friendly manner than we believe the council does. So we do reword things and pass it through myself as chair. I think the one that I've just been dealing with during this meeting is actually in relation to the walkway in Kirikiri that has been closed off with a proposed detour in the future maybe. And these cons come out as we are in places like this, and they come out as they're released. So we don't actually get any heads up on or any input into them, and they are causing problems. Whether they're on private land or connectivity between our community public spaces and private land, we still need to be able to answer the questions and know what's going on. So I just want to acknowledge that. I'm aware that there is going to be an email coming on that. But the others are slowly moving through. So we do have some problems on the ground in the community at the moment that are quite contentious, and I just want to acknowledge that the staff are working through them. That's it today. Thank you.
Any questions on our community board minutes? I'll need a different seconder because Councillor Allen is
second.
Councillor Floyd.
Just a point that the Northern Regional Council is coming to the Community Board on the 7th to talk about what's happened in Kaitaia around the river scheme. And so I think that's a good opportunity for us to debrief about our community, how we can work together to improve things or learn from things. So welcome to the team.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We're going to item 7.3, committee board committee, page 184. There's only one lot of meeting minutes in the for Te Pukupa. I will move. I can get a second there. Any commentary from you guys? We have had a number of joint committee meetings as well that will link in. But those are from their respective committees. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstain. That's carried. I'm now going to move a resolution to exclude the public. It can be done on page 186. That will be for item 8.1, notice the motion of the bundle holdings limited statement of expectation. 8.2, previous PX minutes. 8.3, bundle holdings letter of expectations. 8.4, community board PX minutes. 8.5, committee PX minutes. 8.6, stormwater unbudgeted expenditure. 8.7, clean up wastewater. I'd like to get a second. Councillor Foy, any commentary from members? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. I am going to call a 5-minute break for those from the chamber. Kia ora, and welcome back to our council meeting. We considered a number of items in public exclusion. 8.1 notice of motion, final holdings limited will be released in full. 8.3 final holdings limited letter of expectation will be released in full. 8.6 stormwater will be released in full. 8.7 Taipa wastewater. The resolution is going to be released with the contract numbers redacted, but the report itself will remain in public exclusion. And that was what we did there. Wishing everybody a well-deserved and hopefully restful long weekend over Easter weekend. Please travel safe to all our whānau who are still in response and recovery mode. Kia kaha mai, kia koutou, and I'll close this off with karakia. Tato ngā kōrero ka irikia ki ngā pātū, ko tātou whare ki ngā koko mahara, haumi e hui e.